Good morning, everyone. Oh, man, there's an actual warning for power outages today in the Austin area. Looks like it's going to get to 95 today, 100 by Monday, 101 next Friday. This is going to be a warm week. Well, if the power goes out, I'm glad I live right next to a pool because I'll spend a lot of time in the water. It's going to be that warm. All right. So, a few other tweaks to make to Aphros, and then we'll turn our attention to Kraken. So, we've set up textures and the scars and stuff. We were missing that last time, but we need one more set of animations for the cape. So, let's go ahead and slap in the animator. Good morning, broccoli. Broccoli. Excuse me. So, what we'll do, when the cape is on, the wings should shrink and we should disable the fizzbone. The fizzbones. I should have actually made a parent for the fizzbones. Parent, but that's okay. So select, find cape on, hit record. Now we will select these two, turn them off, and then find the wing bones, spine, chest, wing. Both of these hit 0, 0, 0. Oops. Just these two, not the whole lower body. All right. Now the wings are closed and off. Now we can take these values, copy them, go to cape off, paste them, and revert these values back to their original state. All right. So to test, let's hit play. And we just, oh, yeah, no, everything should work. Just tied into cape values parameters. Select the Aphros outfit. Perfect. Cape. Perfect. Awesome. All right. And that should be it for the changes to Aphros. So we will now export package. Damn it, I have to double check. Did I put the... Nope. And the pipeline manager is empty. That is good. That's what we want. Okay, now we can save. Yeah, the tattoos look good. All right. Now export. That should be everything there. Export. Sam Dutar. Pigune. I'll say version 1 underscore tattoos wings. All right. It's so funny. It's like at the end of the day, I just didn't want to sit down and do that work, but I was like, sometimes you don't know how long work's going to take you, but then it's like, it didn't take any time at all. Could have finished it last night pretty easily. All right. That's okay. Take a sip of Red Bull. No. Loaded. Now disappear. Disappear. When we tape is on and the body has scars and tails. All right. Looks good. Well, I did want to check. We're actually away from the character. We'll hit play, and we just make sure that the wings still move correctly. Play, turn them off, move the character around. All right, so everything is working correctly. Now we will go to Kraken. And for Kraken here, man, these characters came out really well. If you'd like, I can probably gonna shift around paste the blank looks pretty hard. And for the edits, you want the default expression to be a smile. All right, I'll open the file here. we'll make a new expression called brc.v underscore sil underscore v2 because we want to make a second version of sil. And I think just having a little bit of arch to these. Just slightly. Now file export FBX. Kraken. VRChat. Yeah, he looks happy now. It's got a little bit happy. And if that's the case, we will go to Bracken Carney, Pipeline Manager, or no, Avatar Descriptor, Lip Sync. We'll place this one with the V2. And now that'll be his default expression, which should play nice with everything. Getting a lot of follows on TikTok. Really need to make some more content for TikTok. I've been kind of neglecting it the past few days. All right. Well, once I hear back from Kraken confirming that change, we will go from there, but everything is good to go for him. So let's switch our attention to, hey, wow. I literally said your name and you were there. Welcome. You may have seen my messages on Discord, but so this is the blank expression from earlier, and I created just a slight smile version, so that his like neutral expression would be something like this: "You a TikTok superstar? If only." Getting there. One. But yeah, so I set up a little. The smile definitely helps. Yeah, I think that gives him a lot more personality, and everything else will be the same. All the little smiles and half smiles. Oh, interesting. I have to think about that a little bit. He's not bearing down into your soul with his eyes. No. That's exactly just the blank, terrifying stare. I might have to tweak. So the eyes did get a little bit bigger, but I think I'm going to have to remove that because it's changing the specifically. I guess it's just the smile here. That was kind of creepy, but just a little. Okay, so it only affects the. Okay, so this one, I know you want the eyes closed, so we're gonna have to tweak a little bit more. Let's turn this one on. Can't tell if it's on or not. Okay. Okay, I see. I see what's going on. All right. So, and we'll just go in and select these. There, Control plus plus plus. Vertex blend. There. And export one more time. Excuse me. All right. So now the smile's back to normal. And he still looks quite good. It's got just a little happier, a little more pleasant. Uh, 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 uh. Okay, perfect. Then I'm going to get this package over to you right now. And there's not much else to say there. Let's go ahead and get it up. I'm really excited to upload for this weekend. Heck yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I'm getting it done today before the weekend starts. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da. All right. That should be everything. Export. Also, welcome, Oaks. I didn't say good morning to you, but welcome, welcome. And we'll just overwrite this one. Yeah. All right, Kraken. Delete this old package. Bring in the new. And get your info. I'm sending it to the email you provided that I invoiced. So it'll be shared via Google Drive there. Yeah. Well, okay. Should be heading your way now. And just let me know if any trouble uploading him. I'm again assuming you're experienced uploading avatars, but just in case, I can always upload them for you. Keep you in the loop. Sound. All right. So that is my morning work. And now we will turn to the next avatar on my list to create. Actually, let's go ahead and save a copy here. So write that final draft version. And now, Tori. Tori. Actually, I should have just uploaded it with that. Yeah. I have a meeting in a few minutes, but thank you for all your hard work. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you saying so, but he was a pleasure to make, and I'm super excited with how he came out. And I hope people enjoy him as much as I do. Thank you again for commissioning me. Much appreciated. Here's our next avatar. Ori. I'll be sure to recommend you people look for avatars. Oh, I appreciate that very much. And I'm looking forward to coming by and swinging by your worlds, and hopefully I can make that event tonight. I think it's an exciting time to be in VR, and you're definitely part of that. Uh, Thank you, much appreciated. A subtive on the avatar. Perfect. Yeah, we should definitely do that. Definitely put a subdivision on. All right. But should I have done it right now? Yeah, it looks good. Peer Q, shortest path. All right. This should be a lot easier now to get the kind of form we're looking for here. Let's turn on wireframe. And my favorite tool, slide relax. Just kind of get in there. Yeah, maybe I should apply the mirror again. Then go back to sculpt. Yeah, okay, that's better. That. Let's bust out the tablet. I'm gonna hide the hair and stuff. So we're just looking at the face. We want to kind of make the jaw here. There. And then the eye itself is very round. Look at that. Almost like a little oval. So let's mimic that as well. actually probably want to make the eye bigger. The eyeball bigger. Not too big, just a bit bigger. Bam. Nice. 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 We'll make some eyelashes later. For now, no need, but eyelashes will definitely be necessary to the look of this character. And the mouth is bigger than this, so do something like that. And then we'll go into edit mode for just this part, kind of lowering the cheek here, or the upper lip. Something kind of like that. We can make it a little bit rounder and just emphasize the curve of it. What a cheeky smile. I like that. Okay. And just flatten the face a little bit, our forehead here. Okay, that looks pretty good. Not much more to do there. Let's try to add some detail on the front here. So she has a little tum, a little belly button. I'll probably have to do this with modeling in order to create a nice tummy. And probably crease the hip here. Go in, I'm gonna grab I'll grab this section here. Oops. Just go to the side first, then up. Take this, move it back. All right. Move this in. Nice little pinch. And one of my favorite parts is the back. Putting that in a little bit, kind of getting that spine. So do right up to about there. Okay. And looking at the shoulders, she does have some rounded arms, but the shoulders don't have nice deformation here. They're kind of a little too strong. So let's undo that right about there. Kind of just round them about there. Good, actually, right there. All right. Oh, the toes. They did not fare well with this subdivision. We'll come back to those. Probably going to have to do a decent amount of revisioning here. And just getting some noise. All right. We'll do it with edit mode on this one. So we just want to something like that. I select this whole little bone. Oh, what's that from? LXV. And it's gone. I don't know what it is. I don't want it. All right. So off to a good start. I have to go to the restroom, so I'll be right back. One moment. All right. I had to make a deposit. Okay, so let's review the eyes again. We have really rounded eyes here, and then most of the expressions do kind of these little more angular here when she smiles. So, like, I think we want to flatten out the bottom of the eye, maybe make it a little bit angular. A bit more like this. Yeah, because it kind of, she has this, like, literally like a cheeky look. Quite literally a cheeky look. Is that where that term actually comes from? Like a little, like a smile? Like you're smiling? Cheeky? I kind of get the feeling it is. It begins. Yeah, I like that. So it looks like she has like a little smile playing across her face the whole time. And that's important to her character, I believe. Like when she smiles, I'll have the lids lower because she smile. That's what it is. This isn't her default face here. She's smiling. So when she smiles, we'll have the eyes open fully. But at this moment, it's best that perfect. Okay. Now we'll go to sculpt mode one more time. She doesn't have much of a like an inner eye crease. It's pretty flat right here. This eyebrow area. I should be doing that with the pen. Perfect. All right. She does have a sharper chin, though. Better. Lips look a little. She has something in her mouth. So we'll try to bring these in a little ways. From the side, is there any side expression or side view? I would assume the nose does come out a little ways. Something like, yeah, like that. Yeah, that looks good. All right, continue sculpting. All right. I think that's a very good start for the face. Now let's focus on her hair. So for the hair, I started with a subdivision. So, some thoughts here. I can make it one piece. But the problem is that when it moves, it will just move like as one piece, like this way and that way. I think it would look nicer if there were, even if they kind of overlapped, if we had chunks of the hair. And that way there will be, each little chunk will have a little bit of movement as well. That should provide some nice, yeah. So that's the plan. And you can see it's segmented here. So we're just gonna like segment it around the shoulder height. Like this. Pretty easy. Boom. Then I got this chunk. And this chunk. And another chunk here. Boom. All right, so now you have a few different little pieces. It looks like there's some curls that are about shoulder length, right at the shoulder. So if we could make those two, that would be good. We'll start with this one. A follow from O Ponce. Thank you, O Ponce. Welcome to the stream. We are working on VR chat avatars here as one of my client's characters that we're making today. It's been a long week finishing other avatars and now finally get into this one. I was looking at your art station. Nice work. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you're checking it out. Let me know if you have any questions or anything like that. I do have a website as well, just if you're interested in commission info, it's just samdutter.com, and that has some additional info about my process, stuff like that. Bam. Actually, this one, we'll do another cut right here. Yeah, another cut. Oh, never heard of this VR chat stuff. Very interested. It's super fun. VR chat's like Second Life, or it's like a social MMO, if you're familiar with video games, but for VR. So you can play on desktop. That's still possible. But a lot of people want a personalized avatar, and that's where I come in. Really enjoying this type of work. I love VR, so it's cool to have a kind of a career in this direction. And okay, another curl. See, we got that curl there, which we started. Oh, we've also got a little wave and then a chunk. Cool. I never worked in VR. It's fun. It's fun. Well, hopefully you get to at least play in VR at some point. It's definitely the future, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But I can easily see it becoming the next big thing after phones and stuff like that. You'll certainly see a lot of it if you hang around here. Do you do good morning, Morgan? Look at this absolute babe. Yeah, we're on to Tori. I started her like last week, and it took me a while to finish Gracken and Afra, so now we're finally coming back to her. But yeah, Ponce, do you do work in video games? Is that your kind of what you do? If so, awesome. If not, that's also awesome. Hey, game designer, very cool. That is very exciting. I have a few people that have come by that are in the video game industry. It's always nice to meet someone familiar with that kind of stuff. Ponce is my cat's name. Well, welcome, Ponce. Nice. Sir Ponce a lot. Currently very mad at me. We just got back from the vet. Oh, kitty checkup. Are you still cute? Yes. Check. Kitty and both dogs, it was a circus. I can't imagine. Oh, that's pretty intense, actually. The tech they gave me was a skinny, like 90-pound man. He has to hunt down all these dogs and cats. That must be difficult if, you know, like animals are strong, especially because they don't have restraint. Animals don't have restraint of any sort. They just put everything into what they're doing. Then he had to take the dogs to the back by himself and only drug his ass across the clinic. That's hilarious. 70 pounds of solid muscle. Well, heck yeah. A strong doggo. Strongo. All right, let's make the taper here. We'll do this. Collapse. And collapse. Now we have the ends of the hair. So kind of like that. Did you watch any CR? I started it. I started Critical Role. I got to where were they? I got pretty tired pretty quick, but I oh yeah, Travis like beat up the lady in the house. I don't know why that happened. I probably need to go back and finish last episode. Started probably 5 minutes and then was done. So yeah, I was a little like off put by what Travis did. So I'm kind of curious to to understand what was going on there. I accidentally paused and came back to him breaking into something. I was so confused and I closed out. Okay, well I won't say much more, but it was pretty intense. I was a little shocked at what occurred after that. But then again, it became a little bit more like it's like, well, this is what usually happens in Critical Role or Dungeons and Dragons. It's just like, and time to break in. I'm a thief now. He is kind of a rogue, but no. Travis put a level in rogue and said, "I gotta bring this." do this and then connect it here. Bevel. And it's hard to see what's going on in there. And we'll do this one. All right. Hair is beginning to take shape. This is always kind of a fun / difficult process, making good hair. Oh, I see. I have to. How do I do this? Let's just delete this one. I'm going to take this chunk here, just fill it, extrude it, collapse it. I do think that for my next D&D game, or whatever I play, I do want to be a rogue. Like, stealth is so practical. It's such a practical skill to have in Dungeons and Dragons. I always feel like I just struggle to like do things, but then I just see like I've seen a bunch of characters now that they just kick butt because no one can see them. I made a rogue recently too. Don't know when I'll get to play her, but she will be fun. She will be deadly. Take a sip. I think I have D&D this weekend. Oh, heck yeah. I think we're pretty close to a TPK, but who knows? Yay! At least, well, maybe you'll use that new character quite soon. You know, when DM gives you OP weapons, that death is upon you. Like, yeah, you're gonna need this. Let's give her eyebrows too. I feel like that'll help me understand the face a little bit better. Add a mirror, and also just give it a little bit of geometry. Just a little bit for now. We'll come back to that, but that'll help me kind of visualize where the hair should be up here. And this should be lower. So we have the little curls next to the face, and then we have another set of curls at the shoulder. So let's add in the shoulder curls. I think we'll just make it here. Boom. Boom. Do a little cut there. Then here, extrude another section. Actually, looks like to me it should come off the side here. So something right here. Something right here. Like this. Boom. And then we will extrude that. Rotate it. Maybe this one instead. Boom. Yeah, there we go. Rotate. One more and collapse. All right, right now it's way over on the side. Bring it in. This in. Should dissolve this little chunk. Bam. Ooh. But yeah, I'll probably finish the rest of Critical Role tonight. It's a nice Friday. Is there something else I was doing? Oh yeah, there might be a VR chat stuff to do. Kraken was saying there's a little party or something. We'll see. We shall see. Will my introverted nature win out? To do or not to do? I'm kind of tired. I'm feeling a lot better after just making through all the avatars this week. That's getting a little stressed not finishing them, but now we are much closer to finishing them. Or now I get to just focus on just one right now, which is nice. Head to the studio for a sec, but I'll be back later. That sounds good, Morgan. Good luck, and I'll see you later. Bye. Excuse me. She looks a little tall. She looks a little too tall right now. I think I need to raise the arms up. The neck is too long, is what it is. Excuse me. Something like that. Oh, cheesy. And about like there. Better. Move the hair down a ways too. I don't know. She's got a lot of volume on the hair right there. Maybe we can kind of mimic that this direction and this direction. Definitely much more volume on the lower hair. That. Where does the hair stop? Hair stops just above her butt. Okay. So pretty much right where I have it. Loving these shapes. Oh, thank you, Ponce. I appreciate that. It's all coming together. And just gonna push that a little bit. Yeah. Nice. That was the right call. Now we've got that nice, cute face. And we will turn up a subdiv on this one more. There. Ooh, yeah. Nice. This is going to look good when it comes together. My trash can is literally filled with just Red Bull. For better or worse. There. Notice. Tab. G. Get the butt looking good. I want to bring in a skeleton. Yeah, we'll leave it for now. Ooh, let's get the antlers in. That'll be some easy to add and really help with the feel of character. I also forgot that I can add in mean radius. So mean. The meanest radius. Nice. There we go. That really helps. And now let's do the horns. That. Boom. Shrink it down. Shrink it dinky. And okay, here's the base of the horn. Should be right about there. And then the tippy toppy. So they do have a decent amount of curve, and they are very forward facing. So a little more curve. And then move it to the side. Rotate it just a little bit outwards. Then mirror it. And now we will add to it depth. About there. Subdivide it. And this one goes to 0. Boom. And this one does shrink a little bit, but not as much. This we need to extrude. And we're going to use a cube instead. That was not looking very good. So instead we'll use a cube. Delete the bottom on it. Subdivision. Twice. Smooth it. Shrink it. And I get it positioned correctly, right about there, so. Move it up, move it forward, extrude, shrink. There, that's better. That's much better. Shrink. It's S0. And then the reason I did that so we can add another cut here. We do this little smaller taper that exists. All right. improved. Mirror again. It's interesting because they kind of poke out of the top of the hair. Do this. Closer. Yeah, that looks good. And he sneezed. We survived. Now for her fingers, I should double check with the client how many fingers the character should have. This is 3. That is 3. Okay, maybe I message the client. All right. Bam. Bada boom. Not a problem. And streaming now. So responses may be intermittent. I'd like to discuss here. Bam. Okay. Message sent. And continuing the work. Yeah, we gotta give her them hips. Them hippies. She's a hippie. Get it. Hey, get it. Do sharp here so we can get that nice. A little bit out more. I like how sharp it is, but we just have to have it go a larger angle there. And we also want to get that belly button in there. Belly button appears to be right at the turn of the waist here. So we will, yes, we'll select here. We'll say that. We'll delete all the faces. Select these. Say Shift up S so we can make a nice circle. Two S. One more time. Shift up S. Bam. Trying to really make it out my head. All right. Belly button. And now shrink it in. Extrude M at center. belly button. I didn't expect the normals to get so wonky. There we go. Much better. Look, I've seen on a few other avatars that I like is like they push in. They have like this kind of tummy crease. We may have to do a lot more work to make that happen. Da-da-da-da. So, any reference or descriptions you'd like to share would be perfect. And any features you may be looking for that aren't standard. Any additional features you may be looking for. There we go. All right. Belly button. I'll have to think about that more. I want to get just some more definition in like the abdomen. Let's see. Just more shapely. How can I do that? That helps. Just gonna bring it in. Yeah, that's nice. Then hand's kind of in the way. All right, so this portion here we will crease like that. It's a little much. I like the idea, but just want to find the right way to approach it. A little more subtle. All right. Megoost. Then for her breasts, probably a little bit bigger. Perfect. Perfect. And we'll squish it. Squish that boot. Squish that belly button. Well, it's just squished here. But there it is, kind of vertical. More like that. Yeah, that looks nice. I like that. And push it in a little ways. Well, all right. Relative to the drawing, her lower legs aren't as thick enough, and the knees are a little high relative to the drawing, though. generally, with the VR chat avatar, you do want an even distance between your hips, knees, and feet. So these two segments. So I think we will leave the knee height the same, but I definitely think we can make the legs a little bit thicker. Perhaps even make the feet a little bit wider, just a little. Bring them in. Okay. Oh, it's only 11 already? Man, I did a lot this morning. Or a lot of my work came together this morning. Perfect. Right about there. Definitely helped the volume of the breast. Okay. Just need to make the butt a little bit thicker or further back. Right about there. And I think we're pretty close to a nice translation of these proportions to a 3D character. Something I need to do that I've been meaning to do more often is actually visualize the character in VR. So we're going to do that real quick. I'm going to make a camera. R, X90. And we're just going to take a quick look in VR. Let me turn on ambient occlusion and just a few features. Add in a material that is the color of the character. Bam. Copy to selected. All right, that looks a bit better. Maybe I should do the. We'll see. All right, let's take a quick look. Well, I'm on the floor, so I should have put it head height, but I can move up. Okay. Nice. All right, proportions are looking very good. Whoa. I kind of wish the character was not highlighted right now. Perfect. Okay, that's better. So that feels about right for height. All right. I think I might move the hips down a little bit from like standing close to her, which feels much wider. Side, that's not true. Okay, that's looking good. Hand size. The hands are very human right now. I think we need to smooth out the fingers, thicken them up. Just looks very non-stylized. For the toes, definitely need some work. It's kind of lumpy right now. A little bump here too. All right. Looks good though. All right. Could you guys even? I don't think you guys could see me in VR there. Interesting. I don't know how to make the viewport feedback. Ah, okay. Next time I'll make sure to do this or mirror VR session. Well, next time we'll make sure to hit in the mirror because yeah, I realize it's like he's probably not seeing anything right now. Okay, well, just trust me, it looked good. It really doesn't look any different than this, but that's funny. Whoopsies. Okay, so yeah, the hands were pretty much the most notable thing for me that just looked kind of off. They're basically just too smooth or too human like. Did I hear back from Russ? No, not yet. I'm gonna get some trail mix. Sorry. Oh, thank you, Ponce. I appreciate that. Hello, Merp. Merp Studio. Welcome. We are working on a VR chat avatar character here. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how she's coming together right now. More work to do, of course, but it's going steadily. Somewhere about there. Actually, I should have left the. Yeah, just move these ones. Bam, bam. All right. What I was hoping to do is there's these little indents there, so I'm just trying to make those real quick. I guess we'll just start with doing that, and we'll divide it later, but that's a good start. Vertex crease. So I think I can do Y subdivision. Then we'll put. Yes, this is a commissioned character. So I'm working for a client to make this one. Excuse me. This is. I finished 2 avatars earlier today. I can show you since I don't think you all saw those avatars. Let me go ahead and show you the other ones I finished. I really like them. They kind of every one I make, just a little more proud of, you know. And I like all of them, but it's just there's always more to learn with this kind of work. Just art in general. You never really are done learning. It's just more. But yeah, so I got this is one character I finished today. Graken. He's like a Carney style character. Came out really well. It's a little jagged on the screen, but it looks a lot better in VR. Just the outline. So I finished him, and it's really cool because he's all physicsed. Basically, when he moves, things on him jiggle. Wubba dubba. Let's turn off the gizmos. I'm pretty pleased with that. Chemical and the hat. You can take the hat off and on. This is fun. And then the other avatar I finished today was this guy, Aphros. Aphros. He's like a little kind of demon character. Let's hit play. Oh, I left the animators. Dang it. I'll have to re-upload. Or just let the clients know. But he's got a little tail that moves around. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. What program are you using? This is Unity, and this is what you use. So I make a VR chat avatar. So these are all VR chat avatars. So this is what I use to upload, but then everything else is done in Blender. This is all Blender here. Yeah, I love Blender. It might be a different theme than the usual one. I can't remember if I changed it or not. Yeah, this guy's got a little outfit you can toggle on and off. He's got this like tattoos and scars and stuff. And then you can also turn on a cape. Cape. Anyway, he's coming out well. Glad to be moving on to Tori now. Pretty excited with how she's coming together. More work to do. Probably be another 4 days until we're done with her completely. 3 to 4 days. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. It's always fun to share work with people. All right, so we're kind of giving a little crease here between the thigh and the groin. All right. So now, looking at it from the side, you can see there's much more of a sharp shape there. Really look up to people who can do 3D model. It's so hard for me because I'm mostly looking up tutorials on YouTube and how to 3D model. Is it required to go to 3D modeling class? I learned most of 3D from YouTube. So personally, I have learned a lot from YouTube, and I think it's a great resource. I do think that you can learn everything you need through YouTube, but it is definitely a there's just a lot of problems that you can encounter that it's not easy to know. It's not intuitive on what's going wrong, and what could take you 3 hours to solve on your own, someone teaching you could show you how to fix in just 1 minute. So that's kind of the trade-off there. And I do think that there are a lot of like online tutorials. I personally don't have taught classes in the past. I'm not teaching any at the moment. It is something I'm considering. But that's really like the trade-off there, is that you can learn everything online, but when you do encounter problems, which you will, that happens, it just takes longer to solve them. So that's really kind of the trade-off as I see it. But yeah, I wish you well if you're learning 3D. This is definitely a good time to be getting into it. I think VR chat's really taken off. VR will just continue to get so much bigger than it is right now. Excuse the selection there. I'm just going to hide these so I can see the armpit. Make a nice little crease right there. It's a much sharper angle in the armpit there. Welcome, Cotton. Welcome, welcome. We're working on Tori, one of the characters I had been hoping to work on a little earlier in the week, but we're now just getting to her now. Any tips on how to get started? There are, you just following a tutorial. I would choose, like, you want to tie what you can learn to what you want to make. So, like, if you are looking, you're like, I want to make a gun, or I want to make a cute character. Find a tutorial that teaches you those things, and then after you go through that tutorial, do your own version. By the way, when you start working on a model, do you speak with the commissioner or any feedback? Yes, well, Twitch is usually when I get feedback, and then also just sending images and stuff to people. Learn the basics first, get familiar with the chosen program. Absolutely. The hardest part, if you are not familiar with Blender, is going to be the interface. Is just clicking things and knowing where to find things. That's going to be the hardest part. So just going through tutorials and seeing what people click to get those results, that's going to be what you need to learn first. And then just apply it to something you actually want to do for yourself. If you're just doing tutorials all the time, I think you risk becoming uninterested because it's just work at that point. You really want to kind of reward yourself with something that you wanted to make anyway. It's like, okay, I want to have just a little. I want to make an icon for Twitter, my Twitter avatar. Just learning stuff to make that happen. It's just going to take time. But I wish you well on your journey. You're always welcome to come and ask questions. Me too, Cotton. I'm very excited as well. But yeah, Merp, you're always welcome to come by and ask questions. I actually do. There's another chat chatter. I don't know. Person who comes by in my chat and has questions and stuff. So you're always welcome to bounce ideas off me or ask questions as well. And eventually I will try to make a class of some sort. I think that would be the right thing to do. That's nice. Glad I found this in art. Oh, good. Yeah. Heck yeah, Merp. And I wish you well with your work. I just love when people make art. I love it. It's so rewarding. Challenging, but rewarding. As all good things are. All right, so we're going to bevel this. Boom. So we have another little piece to move down. Crease this. Nice. Bevel. Move down. Crease. Red Bull's kicking in, y'all. right. Sounds good. I'll see you soon, Cotton. Do, do, do. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah. Look at that. All right. I'm going to go to sculpt so we can just smooth out the top of the head here. Oh, she's bald. She's got that Friar Monk look. Cap. Oh, a follow from Merp Studio. I appreciate that, Merp. Appreciate you coming by and thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday. Let's try to define the collarbones here. Bam. Bam. Perfect. I'll move them up. Then move these ones down. Then from here to here. Move down again. All right, so we got some nice little collarbone shapeage. We can also just go in with the sculpt tool and push that in. Push this whole little area in. All right, so that gives some nice collarbone there. Then focus on this little spot here. Say from here to here. And just kind of move that in a ways like that. So we get, again, just some more definition. Nice. So nice to have like a mesh with tons of geometry. I end up making a lot of quest versions, quest characters, and it's just difficult when there's less to work with. You have to just make really smart decisions all the time. There's no real wiggle room. Okay, here's a good spot to work on too, the little feet. Just shaping those up. Nice. And the toes definitely need some work. They are super simple here. They're just little kind of simple things. Uh-oh, what is that? Something's wrong there. Something went wrong. Looks like I fixed it though. All right. So we're going to squeeze these toes together. Try to match the similar proportions there. They're roughly the same size, all the toes. So we'll do something like that. Then they do have some kind of height to them. And the bottoms are kind of flush with the ground forward. All right. Ah. Better. The top of the toes have a little tuck down. Perfect. Just do this. think the ankle is a little large. Should be kind of squished down a little bit, not too much, just right about there. Yeah. Then the back of the foot, you can kind of do a little bit of that way. All right, that's looking better. Improved. My most common phrase. That is looking better. I need a little like bingo checklist. Start curve on the legs. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, there we go. Now it looks like she's balanced. A little bit like she's on her tiptoes. They're kind of like rotated. So we want to do a bit of this. This. Straighten them out. Okay. That looks good. Sort of. It's so close. It's difficult. Like anthro feet are difficult. If I could just lower it a little bit. I think the positioning's all right. I'll just go down instead. That. More like that way. I'll say this, though. I've never been a fan of the anther legs that characters have. All my characters are plantigrade legs, if I'm correct. Nice. More like human legs than animal legs. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of variation in the furry community on kind of what people prefer with legs. It's cool to see all the there's like people are making like functioning digigrade legs in a VR chat. That's always super interesting to see. And I've seen this one thing now where avatar creators they can make the toes collide with the floor, and it looks really convincing. Like kind of just the foot will mush into the floor. It's very cool. Do, do, do. All right, so we're gonna do a little bit of a change to this. The breast. Just gonna bring in the torso a little bit. do it connected only. About there. Maybe we should do a sharp. All right, that's better. Sort of. It didn't actually select anything there. All right. Yeah, I'm really liking this character design. Pretty fun. I'm pretty sure I recognize this artist. Can't remember their name though. But they were really popular on Twitter, I think. We'll go right about there. Land. Or the elbow. Got this little elbow pinchy. Elbow pinchy. Like this. Boop. There we go. A little bit softer. Do you plan on using Twitch for more than just work streams? Maybe eventually. I have some ideas to do like D&D streams. I think that'd be pretty fun. Right now, I'm just focusing on doing work streams. Because I don't. It really just comes down to where my income comes from. If I could make Twitch pay for, or like make that work pay for my time in it, then I'd probably do some more experimentation there. And I think it would be possible with stuff like making like a show of some sort, like a D&D show. Yeah, it really just comes down to money. The Bane. Because I want to make more like narrative stuff eventually. My goal is to make more things for people to experience than just like watching something, like interacting with something. Yeah, I don't really know. I have to think about it more, but thankfully I've got time. I'm not really in like a rush to jump into projects. 'Cause I like doing projects that I like make things for. That makes sense. While Diego full VTuber while doing this, teaching D&D, all the stuff. I should absolutely have a VTuber version of myself. That would be the right call. I just kind of it's so funny. Someone said had this phrase the other day is the cobbler's shoes or cobbler's children don't wear shoes. And just the idea that because a cobbler is someone who makes shoes for people. Like I have yet to actually make an avatar for myself. Tell enough to do it yourself. Oh, thank you, Ponce. I appreciate that. But I do need to make an avatar. Yeah, I need to do that. I get so caught up in make. I had an idea for an avatar I actually want to make for myself today, so I think I'll get around to it at some point. But I always end up not making avatars for myself. I think a lot of artists have that same trouble. Booty, 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 booty. Rocking everywhere. But I appreciate you saying that, Franz. Yeah, I should make a VTuber. I mean, I have a zombie VTuber. I just don't have like my personal VTuber. I have characters I can put into the VTuber thing, but they're not necessarily like they're not necessarily like charming characters. They're more scary. They're usually kind of scary. But I was thinking of doing something like use VTubers to do like a D&D thing with. Like use the VTuber format and like I could make stuff, make stories while in VTuber form. Thank you. That looks a little strange right there. Leave that one off. How about here? And perhaps here. It's a little strong. And it's not in the reference. A little bit there, but that's because she's squished. Question I do have. I have a thing on my stream where people can redeem a really terrible drawn version of my VTuber. Would that possibly translate into 3D? I don't think I could ever offer an avatar as like a stream reward, just because it takes so long. I could certainly offer drawings, and I should. Oh, hello, kitty cat. But it's just a little too intensive, and it would directly eat into my ability to do commissions for people. But that being said, I'm thinking of starting a Patreon sometime soon and like doing really simple, like low poly avatars that I could then give out if people redeem it. But I couldn't do a commission, but I could do a like I have one character a month that I'm giving out at that time, and people can redeem for that character. Yeah, actually, I have the concept here. I know which one I want to do, and I think I can do it pretty simply. I mean, like a 3D model of my avatar, but it looks really polygonal, like a VRC model. No, that's still making any sort of 3D model would take time. Drawing is faster than modeling. I have a little. So I want to make a guy. Any 3D is a long process. Exactly. It's like it would pretty much take a day minimum to make an avatar. And if I have a reward, say that okay, so 5 days a week, you have 20 days a week that you're working, right? And if 3 people, let's say 5 people redeem that in a month, then that's a whole week gone of work just to do a model. So I want to ask, thanks for letting me know. Oh, no problem. But yeah, I want to make something like this, a little quest avatar right here. But it's going to be an amphitheater that this guy's holding filled with mice. And all the mice will be your head. So you like look, when you look around, then all the little mice will look around. You have to get shapes, then you have to unwrap the UV for texturing. Nice, great idea. Thank you. But yeah, so I'll probably do something like that. Potentially you could, if you just made you could do like a drawing that's just like a cutout and it doesn't move. You've probably seen those in VR chat already. Like just a flat image. Do a little drawing, drop it in as a VR chat avatar. All right. So we added some marks here, some cuts, in order to help with. There's kind of just some weird shading in a few spots, so that will help. Um, and we'll also do the same right here. One of these, I think this one. Oh, that really helps add that anime cartoon look. She's looking pretty good though. I think she's heading the right direction now. Continue to add in the hair. Have you ever had to deal with people asking for free models? Mostly just on TikTok, and it usually seems kind of like tongue in cheek. People are like, I make one for me, like basically. But it seems, as far as I can tell, like no one has demanded a model from me. People have certainly asked for a free model, but no one's been like, you need to give me a free model. But yeah, I think TikTok's kind of funny because you get a wide variety of responses on what people are what people want at the time. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear my cat doing that. Just tearing up the carpet right now. Kitty cat, kitty 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 cat, kitty cat, kitty kitty cat. Oh, and we'll move that up there. Okay, so now the hair's really taking shape. These little creases are hard to do, but I think they'll be worth it because we'll have a little more movement over the full hair rather than it just moving as like one big piece. We'll have a few chunks. I'm gonna hide the body. Actually, we'll select just the hair and just the reference. Do that. What's the most challenging part about a model? Usually just matching the style because there's a lot of different styles. That's definitely a challenge. It's my favorite part of doing 3D is like kind of finding how to bring in like a style. Like next week I'll be doing like an anime character. So I think just what those different how those different looks translate to 3D is always challenging and interesting. Um, as for the process itself, though, the hardest part is always at the end when you're pretty much just ready to be done, but there's all these little final tweaks you have to add. You're like, okay, well, there's a little bit of an error there. There's a little bit of an error there. I have to tweak this. I have to tweak that. Just all these kind of little small things. So in fact, I just remembered one that I have to do for Kraken. Definitely the final chunk of work is the hardest because it's just a bunch. It's very detail oriented at that point. Um, just kind of going into VR. Coming out. The hardest part, making it work. Pretty much. You can do broad strokes like, oh, the character's moving generally, and that's all right. Like, but then you're like, oh, but he's has to move this way, or has to move. I have to make sure that this motion looks this certain way. As it becomes more and more specific, more crystallized, that's when you get bogged down. When that challenge really comes out. But yeah. Overall, though, I do prefer this over drawing. Like with drawing, I end up it's just the same experience the whole time. You're just doing the same thing the whole time. What I really like about 3D is it does have these different stages. You're like, okay, we finished this. Now it's time for this kind of new thing. You know, it's all part of the same process, but now I get to do this part of the model. And there's this nice uh, variation to it because of that. Oh, excuse me. Starting on. I got another 45 minutes and then I'm going to go on lunch. Lux. You want to say hi? Want to say hi to everyone? Oh, no. Chunky kitty. Chunky kitty. Woo. She's fuzzy. Bon. And just continue. Moving these up. Filling them in. Just keep moving. All right. I like it. As far as I can tell, she's a deer. I guess it's more of an antelope because she has horns. Let's see. What's it say? Tori. 6123. Doesn't say. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, oh. All right, let's take a overview. Everything's looking pretty good. Just smush. Kind of smushed here. Sounds good, Cotton. Enjoy your time. Ha 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 ha. Okay, so we applied this subdivision last time we were looking at this piece. Now we're going to add it again and put it up top. And what I want to do is rip this part. Boom. Because now we are matching the reference pretty much exactly. This little two dots thing. I don't know. Yeah, there's a kitty yelling at me. What's going on, Lux? What are you doing? You don't even know. You don't even know. She just wants attention right now. All right. Going to put on the normals. Say 60. We'll make the subdiv 0.005. Just half that. We're still doing really well on triangles and vertices. You have to make 2 outfits for the character, pretty much based off of this kind of athletic wear. So I think we'll be able to do that just fine. Excuse me. I'm going to go ahead and make the eyelash. Duplicate this and separate it. And now we have its own little object. Just double check. It's pretty much just this top eyelash, right? Yep, top eyelash. Well, in these drawings, there is a little bit here, the bottom, and then the corner of the eye. But that's kind of variable. It actually literally changes in each one of these drawings. So let's just do the top one for now. We can always make the bottom one later. Do that. Then we will take the middle point, just move it forward. Yeah. Yeah. Then take these points, merge them at the last one. All right. Same with here. Merge at the last, or let me review. It looks like the thickest part is at the end. So we'll just cap it. Oh. Now, for this little wing, makeup wing, let's hide the hair real quick. We'll select a few edges or faces and extrude them. Then just kind of manipulate them like so. Flares up, so fish, O, G. Kind of like that. All right. Okay. That's at least a good placeholder for the eyelashes. Return to them later. They may need to be thickened up a little bit. Moving this little piece outward. All right. Her head is kind of forward. You'll see that? It's like she's leaning forward. So let's tweak. So select everything here. Tab. Bam. Bam. Whatever. Just this one for now. You want to look out the window? Also, I got an advisory warning this morning from my area that I live in Texas. Apparently, the power may go out today. So if suddenly the stream stops, most likely that's why. Yeah, I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but you never know. It's supposed to be pretty much in the hundreds for the next few days, temperature wise. So people are expecting some power outages. And it is definitely getting warm. Oh. All right. In fact, with that being said, let me make a backup copy. Just in case the power does go out. I can tell when my cat sees a bird because her tail's like flipping around. All right, let's take a look in VR. And I'll set it up so that it should mirror the VR session. Synchronize the viewer perspective virtual reality sessions with the 3D viewport. So you should be able to see what I'm seeing. Okay. Overall proportions extremely good. Ears look good. Face looks good. Nothing's polygonal. It's all very smooth. Oh, let me double check. Can you see what I'm seeing? Yes, you can. Perfect. All right. And these need to be rounded. They're probably the most uneven part of the body. They're just sharp. Everything else is nice and smooth, but then the toes have this. They're just very sharp. So let's fix that. I think the hair looks good. I wish I could see the reference images. Oh, I might have just turned them off. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think she looks quite good. Wait. Yes, we see now. Oh, oh, oh. We see through your eyes. Through your eyes. I think we can probably finish most of this character today. Most of the model. Now let's double check. Did the client reach out to me? Yeah. I'm 90% sure this character is going to have 3 fingers. All the drawings have the character with 3 fingers, so she's going to have 3 fingers. I can feel it. But I just have to. I can feel it. Okay, so I'm just going to assume. Goodbye, hands. Actually, we'll leave them on for now, just for size reference. But I'm going to go to another character that I've made. It has 3 fingers. And we're going to rip the hands right off of him. Oh, this is the Quest version. Oh, the PC version. We select the hands, boom, by seam, like so. We then duplicate, separate, unparent, copy, paste, and then close this without saving. All right, now we have the hand. We want to delete all the shape keys. We want to delete all the groups. Turn off wireframe. And we're good. And these actually have that kind of stylized quality I think I was looking for anyway. A little bit bigger. About there. Okay. So let's take this hand. Instead of deleting it, I'm just going to separate it and hide it. So we can have a little more comparison. We will subdivide this hand. Take it back. Let's get rid of these here. Just a little too bumpy for my liking. I think the fingernails too should go. Because I don't, as far as I can tell, this character does not have fingernails. All the drawings, none of them show fingernails. So away they go. Bada boom. All right. Subdivision. Nice. Looks quite smooth. And they are tapered as well. Pointed fingers. So go here. We take the thingy. Boom, 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 boom. We say point 2. Oh. Smooth. It was pretty close. Might need a few changes. I think all of these here, the creases on the finger, we should further crease. Maybe even bevel. Crease, I mean. Subdivision. Nice. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to undo that movement so we can just continue it on here. Here. Maybe here too. All right. That looks good. I will apply the subdivision and now combine the hand. That is 28 edges. This is 20 edges. So we have to merge them. I have to get rid of 4 faces. Pretty easy to do. Let's try to be even about it. Here, 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 and here. Collapse. 1. All right. And edge bridge. Should we merge them? No. But we will bridge them. Just not merge. Number of cuts. Let's turn that up. Something like that. All right, it looks bad. No. We will clear the scene there. All right. Sculpt mode. Wireframe. And we just do. Nice. Nice. So we've got them hands now. I think the hands are a little bit small, though. Most likely. I will review that at VR in just a moment. So make them a little bit larger. Just like that. Usually your hand is about as big as your face. Generally. Okay. Another 15 minutes and then it's time for lunch for me. That's a booty. Words of wisdom. That's a booty. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, there we go. Easy. SZ. Zera. Oops. Have to turn off normals. Go to global. All right. And we just continue. What's going on, Lux? Can you not escape? Are you still? Fine. You're stuck now. Try to help the cat, and she's like, no. Look at that. Gorgeous. Very close to finishing the hair here. One, two, three. I may fill in some of these gaps here. Make this part lower. Like these separating should be probably be like just at the shoulder, not on the back of the head. And all right, like that. So many weird little loops here. There we go. I think we've just about got it though. Pretty much all the gappage here can be put just directly inside the head now, which means we're very close to finished. We'll just leave what can't be seen unfilled. There's no need for a face to create a face that won't be seen. All right. I'm going to call it there for my current work session, but I will be coming back and we'll be doing more work on this character in just a little while. Things are looking good though. Thank you, Ponce. I appreciate that. And I'll see you after lunch. Everyone else who's lurking, thank you all for hanging out. I'll see you in 1 hour. And you have a great time in the meantime. Oh, thank you, Cotton. Things are definitely coming together. Ta-da! But yeah, I'll be back in an hour. See you then. Bye! Bye! All right, we're back. We're back in action. Now, I do want to keep working on the lady here, but I realized that I sent Kraken character with steak. Damn, that looks good. Okay, all right, Kraken first, then I have to respond to messages. So Avatar 3, Painter. Man, just want to keep eating. I'm hungry today. All right. So it's actually a super small thing. I just need to get it fixed, get the correct version sent over. You can actually see it right here. There we go. Done. Right. Back to Unity. Loads. We go to Kraken. Kraken. Double check. Fingertip. All right. Now we can package them out. All right. And that's it. Did I tell Across the new version's been updated? Yes, I did it. All right. Now let's respond to a few other people. I'm going to switch to webcam. I have some messaging to do. All right. So, good job. Turnaround of my costume here. Oh, dang, this is a real outfit. That's amazing. Make that today? All right. The only difference with side of the head is not going to be placed with these open back headphone earmuffs. We'll play around and see if we include this in the model. Would it be possible to do that? Populate our outfit swaps with 3 jackets nearly the same, but different colors. Either of these be possible. Atomic. Let's see. I love the design. Very cool. You see a real life costume or avatar. Wow. Look at that. Quite the hairline. It's like a Vegeta. To go over our questions. Headphones are totally doable. We're going to design. Swapping outfits is not difficult. Difficult, just takes time. I'm not sure you saw. Swapping out the outfits is not difficult, just takes time. For the, I can create a color swap for the one. And an additional jacket for 40. 60. Say 60. Yeah. Create Friday face. Yeah, I'm doing some chatting, so I have to screen. And I'm so glad it's Friday. I'm gonna rest. It's been a long week. I just gotta get prepared for next week. So problem. With all those. For stylizing the character, I can do that as well. Style. Flip. Excuse me. So total for the pricing. Pretty excited about. You're happy. Yeah. All right, so next week is the 16th. The week after that is the 23rd. So that's One last thing to do. Communications, absolutely the hardest part of this kind of work. It takes my full brain power to type sentences. Like, God, words, words of life law. Exactly. It's just so difficult. It is absolutely like it's just information game. Is that his name? Mhm. Oh, I need to set up one for. I'm gonna have to do some work over the weekend. I need to get ahead of everything before Monday. I'm in danger. Oh no, this guy's on the 23rd. Oh, two on the 23rd. Oh, I keep forgetting that. Like, just ready to. 10 to say 30 days. Boom. Okay. Survived. All right. Look at Tori. She's looking good. I feel like her toes are still just a little off balance. So, just a few more edits there. I'm going to make some tea. I'm just going to start the water right now. And now, the main thing to finish today is the hair. Where does it need to start? I think it should split. Maybe there. So 1, 2, 3 on the third one. All right. I don't know if you hear that, but Lux has finished eating. It is now letting the world know. It's important that everyone else know she has finished consuming. Lunch. Conqueror. All right. So we got that. Now we'll just kind of use the sculpt tool to move things into some general positioning. From the front, I think the hair looks pretty reasonable. Here it goes down to just the top of her butt and is past her shoulders, so that. On the back, it looks unfinished, is what it looks like, which is true. All right. I think the whole leg needs to move forward. Right about here. The like middle of the pelvis, right about there. Yeah. She feels a little more balanced. Her legs are a little long, especially relative to the reference. So 2.6. Right about there, just a little bit shorter. D. I farted on my cat. She deserves it. I had ramen for the first time in a long time. It was like the top ramen, and I was like, yeah, now I remember why it's been a while since I have had ramen. It's just not actually that good. I mean, the brand I bought is not very good. Need to get it's like pre-packaged ones. Those ones are good. I think I said I ate a ramen today. Just ran outside, caught one, plucked one out of the air. Delicious. As far as I know, eating birds is usually not good. Just like random birds. Like crows are just not good meat wise. Their meat is bad. Don't tell that to the toothless Louisiana folks. Eat whatever I want, please. Oh. Not sure how those got pulled up, but there we go. And this one, move it up there. So it's also just a few places there's these smaller tufts. Tufts. Make just a few more little tufts like these. I think we'll apply one level of subdivision. Let's finish. Let's do all the little tufts first. And don't worry about that. Oh. Sleepy. Sleepy. The bane of my existence. Sleepy. Time to sip some tea. Let's do that. What? What? Here, I got it. I got it. She's so funny. Cats are just so funny. She doesn't like want attention for the most part. She wants to like I think she wants to feel safe. Oh. Blender. Everything else is working. Oh. Oh, that was just my She wants to vibe. I think when Joe's home, she feels really safe. And when he's not home, she does not like feel comfortable. She wants to vibe separately. So she just needs to be like put away and like made safe. So I stuck her in my hamper. She's right down there. She's like, is it smelly? Perfect. I love human smell. It's like, oh no, my computer just broke. Actually, my mouse just died. Okay. In my camera. You should get his hamper. She would probably like to have a stink to sniff. that'll be tomorrow's treat for her. For now, we'll have to make do with my stink. Let's actually go to recording again. Totally forgot I'd put the camera on my face. Well, it's just a little Friday face cam. You know what day it is? Friday face cam day. Eh? Eh? Spicy. It's actually peppermint. My favorite. Peppermint is my favorite tea now. A follow from Seven Cat. Thank you for coming by, Seven Cat. I appreciate that. We make VR chat avatars here. So I'm working on one for a client right now. So you got an idea of what's going on here, what the heck I'm up to. Hello, welcome. I'm doing well. Just enjoying a little Friday. Hope you're having a good day yourself. Glad it's Friday. I'm going to enjoy the weekend very soon. I'm excited about that. Oh, thank you. You're too kind. I just like what I do. That's all. Do, 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 do. But yeah, make lots of avatars on here. I made a few other ones earlier in the week. Oh, it is a little lumpy right there. Paint. Bam. All right, just trying to even out the head. I didn't make this hair very symmetrical. It doesn't really matter, but usually everything's kind of very symmetrical. Just kind of went into it this time. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I want to add more chunks of hair. She is very cute. I like her design quite a bit. So we have 1, 2, 1, 2. 1. I think we can do with like just a few strands on the back. I don't know. It's kind of nice. I think I'm just going to leave it for now. I think I might just ask the client what they think, and then we'll go from there. First, we'll apply one to subdivision, put another subdivision back on. Now we have a lot more geometry to move around, especially in areas like this. Bam. Bam. Oh. And yeah, we'll do one. If we can get, I like this swoop. So just want to try to make it a little swoopier, you know? A little swoopier thing. I choose to believe that swoopier is a thing. Looks good. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look in VR at the Appy. Make a backup copy. I'm actually going to move the camera much closer, right about there. All right. Perfect. Y'all should be able to see what I'm seeing. Oh, there we go. All right. Hands look good. Yeah, perfect. Toes still need work. They need more rounding. They look softer. So I'll just extrude the front and scale it down a few times. Boom. The butt looks strangely flat on the side. Think of how thick she is on the side, but just needs to come out just a little bit more. All right. I'm going to go into her body. But everything else looks good. Maybe a little bit of rounding on the groin. And so need to make the butt bigger, round the toes, fix the crotch. Got it. There we go. Yes, I am indeed inside Blender. Thank you. They have some VR tools, and I thought I had to set it up in a different way, but it turns out I can just use my headset pretty much natively. I thought I had to like hook a cable and do all this other stuff to it, but it's actually super straightforward. Um, so this will really help in allowing me to review my models as I'm making them, which I'm quite pleased with. So I get a little bit rounder. Not too much, just like. Yeah. So as if her butt felt oddly flat from the side. But she is very thick, as we can see. I mean, she's sitting down in this chair, but still. And then let's get the toes. Give me them. Select that. These. That one. Boom. Sub and cat if you're not familiar with Blender, or sorry, VR chat. It's pretty cool. I don't know if you've seen it on Twitch before, but um, it's pretty impressive what people can do with VR these days. There we go. That should be a bit rounder. I think we'll do. Oops, what just happened? Some more cuts there, too. And here. Just give a lot of resolution to the toes. Let's not mess around. Let's get these beans smooth. Get them smooth beans. They're still pretty sharp. In a few ways, but I can actually do this. All right. Back to sculpt mode, and we're just going to smooth one more time the toes. Or I think what we'll do is we'll mask them. What? Why can't I see the mask? Oh, there we go. Okay, that's what happened. And the scale's probably messed up, but that's okay. We do this, then we can go to mesh filter, smooth. Just hit it just a little bit, enough to round everything. Right about there. All right. All right, so them toe beans are smoother. They've been smoothed. Toe beans. All right. I think this is good for now. I need to get some client feedback on a few different things. So I think we will switch to a different task for today. Right after I beef up this thumb a little bit. So we're just going to take a few pictures for an update. Yeah, we're doing a loop shot. Click, and I click again. Click for the third time. All right. So save there. That's my cat. She's doing her thing. Sneezing. All right. So now we will take a look at the previous avatar we have created, Kiyomi. All right. So here's one avatar we made. Kraken. Or Kraken. Kraken. He's like a carny kind of guy. And then we made a few others, but we're going to go to Kiyomi. Excuse me. Because there's tweaks that Kiyomi is looking to have. All right. So first step is we made this character when dynamic bones were coming out, or when Fizzbones, just before Fizzbones were coming out. So now we've got to include them. Mm-hmm. All right, let's double check the changes. It's all pretty normal stuff. I think you're just nitpicky. If I look at this under a microscope, everything's really small. All right. There's a spot. Oh, a spot. There we go. Yeah, it's just the nature of having a polygonal mesh. It's going to look perfect from some angles and weird from others because it's just geometry. I wonder. We're at 34K. I just. No, I can't. It's too late. Too late. I think. What if I just did it to the body? we did mesh, edge, subdivide. That's not the same thing. That's not A. There we go. And we smooth. Well, no, that's doing something kind of funky. We're not going to do that. We will not do that. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Not a huge issue at the moment. There's definitely some things I'm not going to do. Pretty normal. Oops. Hmm. Shrink back the fingers. 5%. I'm gonna do that. Just a weird spot right here, though. Eyelash. What? I should do that on. Oops. Here. Or here. Fleur. Shading around the mouth. Let's see. How about this one? Form shadow. Make a paint layer for it. Linear dodge. Just do a very like a lipstick if it's that pink. I'm gonna add it, but it's gonna look like lipstick because her face is so white. Maybe let's turn down the opacity. So a little What's the reference? This lighting is not great. It's like, go back. Oh, it looks good. Let me rotate it. Display rotation. There we go. All right. That looks better. Still needs some improvement though. Right up there. It's pretty subtle. Whoa. Oh, please don't crash. No. Okay, that's okay. Just normal hands. Process. That's easy to add though. Easy peasy. Let's try. Just gonna make a paint here. Turn this one off. And I go here. Hey, that's not looking so hot. All right. Should have an out. All right. Okay. I think that helps. Just a little bit of subtlety there. Oops. And next. Oops. And for jagged lines. Jagged lines. That's the polygons. But we're already in medium performance. What I can do, subdivide, and that will smooth everything. Let's duplicate. Welcome, Aya. Hello, hello. How you doing today? Just had the best day. That's good to hear. It's going well. It's going well. Just tackling some Avatar stuff. But other than that, things are going quite well. Not the best day ever, though. I would say it's a pretty normal day. Excuse me. Was better than normal. Good. I will separate this part. So it should just be just the body. And we'll get the subdivision. This one's actually an older one. That I'm doing some changes to. All right, so here we're at 65K. And some things have broken. What broke? What broke? I duplicate this one. TLV parts. Tab. L. Z. Boom. Oh, before I do that, delete all the shape keys right now. Oh, I think I accidentally deleted the basis. That's what happened. All right. So now, subdiv with the parts 65,000 vertices. Perfect. The only other pieces I would like to have subdivisions are the eyelashes and the tail. All right. So if I subdivide these two, it takes me over the limit though. All right. So then just the eyelashes. Bump, bump. All right. Where'd my sharps go? Oh, they're there. They're there. Okay. Perfect. So now we have this version, this version, this version. What I want to do is take the subdiv. We're going to do one more time. Take the body, duplicate, separate, and this duplicate we'll call shape key target. All right. So the subdiv needs to look at the shape key target and transfer the shape keys. You know what? Undo that. And delete that. I take it back. Let's combine everything into our new version. Control J. All right. Now, target, body, transfer shape keys. Find the body. Should have hidden the skeleton a while ago because it's so hard to look at. Boom. Here. Shape keys. Oh, yeah, no. All right. So this is the way the model stayed. No. And let's focus on growing the nails. Or I should do for these ones, the nails. Probably get away with subdividing those. All right. Then shit. All right. Why is it so hard to grab things? All right. Claws added. Let's confirm we didn't break anything. All right. Try one more time with the duplicate this. This one, tab L. Separate again. Blender, select sharp edges. Huh, my angle. Just the literal ones that have been marked sharp. Jesus. All right. So just do this. Save. Oh, I can do this. All right, let's take a look. Everything backed up in a FBX file. All right. To lower the eyelashes a little bit. Well, no. Yeah. Yeah, I do. See, I'll lower them a little bit there. All right, that looks much better. And that should help with the jagged lines that are being referred to because that's really the only thing that would be causing them. All right. Next would be the ears. If the ears are turned almost the inside is facing out and slightly more lean backwards. All right. So for that, here, how much of that can I realistically do without breaking the model completely? Turn completely to the side. Seems that they are now. All right. And now we fuck. Okay. All right. Shape keys are the worst. They are the worst. There fucking has to be a better way. Oh well. Oh well. So Shift D, delete all shape keys, apply mirror, the armature. Then we take this one, select Kiyomi body, transfer, oops, no, not that. Transfer the shape keys. All right, so shape keys have been transferred. Double check them. I mean, that's pretty clean. So it's just a consideration in literally everything I do. There's always a chance for it to go wrong. I hate that feeling. All right, you are replacing that one. We just need to fix the blink. All right, file. All right, then object apply. Control Tab A. Pose apply. Pose as rest pose. Now we can armature, file, export, FBX. Bada boom. Yay. So now the ears are pointed backwards and to the side. What this teaches me is that you do not want to design holes with hair or hair with holes in it, like wrapping around ears. I should have just designed the hair like the ears weren't there and then added them afterwards. And I can always like paint in a shadow where the ears are, something like that. But if you have to make edits to the ears later, then it's a problem. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Dan. Um, ambient color white. That's the best I can do to replicate the lighting in which her mouth just becomes invisible. We just had maybe a little pass color. Can't tell if it's adding it or taking. Oh, it's because I'm in smudge and I want to paint. Oh, I need to follow up with Toot. Damn, where does the fucking time go? Save and compact. No, just save. I don't know what compact does. Never enough time in the day. There really is not. There's none. It's a little messy on the side, so let's clean that up. Perfect. All right. I keep almost seeing Critical Role spoilers. I know something happens between my two favorites, but I don't know what. I need to know. This is an older avatar that I'm doing some tweaks to. But welcome, Big Poop. Girls, what did you do? I know. I feel like there must have been clearly there's some drama that happened. Looking forward to finding out what it is though. I think I just saw something like you lied to me and I was like, who lied to who though? Who lied to who? Who did? Who did? I mean, one's a mind reader, so I feel like it has to be the mind reader that lied. I mean, there's no secrets otherwise, right? I don't know. They're kind of there's some leeway on how good the mind reading is. I feel. But welcome, Big Poop. Hope you're having a good day so far. It's Friday. Always a good day. Did you see that while Calamity airs, there will be no main campaign for like 4 weeks? Oh, dang. 4 weeks? I wonder why. It's not like a. Hmm. That's kind of surprising. That must be one of the cast members, must be on like a big project or something. They're all still super famous. It's like funny because Critical Role is like seems to be their main thing, but also it's not at all. There's so much more that they do, and I'm just like, wow. Yeah. I'm gonna try to do a magazine. My Sniper Rifle, Sniper Rifle. They're also full time voice actors. It's crazy. I know they're probably working on some exciting projects. I mean, Laura Bailey did a bunch of Call of Duty stuff. It's like, where just do they even have the time? Two, we're missing one. Air bang. Oh, no, that's all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. The keyword is so bad, I literally cannot type a sentence without misspelling a word. Don't worry. It's a usual state of being I bring into existence. Surprised they don't have their own soundstage in their studio to knock stuff out. I bet it's hard scheduling them because it's like, hey, by the way, I'm hard out at like 5 so I could drive in the traffic to make my D&D game. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what time they do do the whole thing because it's like, don't they have a different schedule now? Some something like that. Like I'm in Blender, I want to move something. My finger itch, and I do not know how. I relate to that. Yeah, now that they pre-record, but it makes sense that they just. I mean, they're all voice actors and actresses. They just put a sound booth. But I suppose half of it is like they have to meet up with art directors, sound directors, and stuff. They don't even shoot on Thursdays anymore, so they can watch them live. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Man, even that's a lot of time. Watching their own show is a lot of time. Actually, we want it like one, and we taper like this. Sam Riegel, def not watching. Booba. I think my cat farted. Why is there no collider? It's because there's no N. Okay. Put that on first. Then that's pretty good. 0.08. Now we can put a curve on because there's multiple. My cat is so cute right now. Good. Cute kitties are the best. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Do it. Show me. Show me. Discord. Discord. Good cat. Good cat. Jonker. Jonker! Oh, dang. Neeples. I love kitty cats. Right now I'm just updating it to Fizzbones. So this one was made with dynamic bones, which are like an older version of the same thing, a similar thing. But basically giving it physics, giving the model physics. So right now, just making sure everything's moving correctly. Why? I mean, it's just a feature of the characters. It's important. Generally, you want people are looking for characters that feel alive and living and having that move is a big part of that. Interactable, stuff like that. This is the model already finished before and sent to the client. They wanted to test the character for a while and then give feedback. So usually there's almost always a round of tweaks after the model's done. Things that need still change, stuff like that. Oh. Did a roly poly. Huh. Breasts look really strange. Mm, better. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably the end length of the breast bone. Before the other ones were. Man, it's zooming out so fucking far. It does that all the time. And now you're a million miles away. Surprise. All right. Da, 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 da. Both of these, let's increase this to 0.05. All right. All right. All right. Oh yeah, I got fun stuff to show you, Morgan. And chat. Just chat in general. I made a little test comic panel. It's pretty simple, but I just put it together this morning. Pretty quick process, actually. So I kind of cleaned up my environment here with this little comic panel. So it's in 3D. It's supposed to be like a guy in a tunnel. It's like, I'm lost. It's almost. Yeah, we'll do that. But yeah, it came out pretty well. And it's all 3D. Technically, you can go inside of it. Ah, I fell off. That actually started with me. I totally fell through. I fell through the world. Um, but yeah, it's pretty cool. There's all lights in here. Kind of hard to see on the character, but like, what if we cast shadow? Ooh, almost fell off again. There we go. Lights. He is very cute. Here, I'll give you a. Let's see. Mouse. Pretty simple, but effective. So, ooh, lagging right now. I think I have to turn off the. I put lights on it. I don't know if that was a good idea. Doesn't seem to like it. A little laggy for the system. Or actually, I have other stuff open. I think I have Painter still open. Yeah, that's it. Dude. Yeah, that's a bit better. It was getting very laggy there. All right, so put some subdivisions on the character. That really helped all the stretching issues. Smearing and stuff. Finger's still a little busted right there. Oh, grabbing my boob. Boob grabber. Mm-hmm. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. Grab the hair. Grab the ears. Tail. Fluff attack. Yeah. Yeah. It's a little difficult because it hits all the other colliders that are on the character. Can't really rotate fist buds. And let's just check the expressions. Woohoo. Nails are sharpened. Perfect. And the mouth is a lot more visible. I think it really depends on the lighting, but should be better. Well, I don't think I'll let it stretch like that. uh, Ooba. Just pick the desk. All right. So the breasts. Bum, 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 bum. Is there a thing for like loop cuts called a loop cut pull or anything like that? Um, I'd be a bit unsure. Just mostly depends on what you're looking to do. Um, are you looking to like cut a hole through something, or to decide which way you want your loop cut to go? Um, it's all about which edge you put it on. So it's always going to be perpendicular to whatever edge you. So if there's an edge and you select it, it's always going to cut this way. So you just have to select the edge that's facing the other way. So cut this way. If this is like a face, you select these edges to cut this way, and then these edges to cut this way. If that makes sense. I know what's going on with the breasts. Okay. So for these ones, never mind, because I saw someone talk about pulls, something to do with loop cuts or something in Blender YouTube. I didn't know what they meant. I'm a bit unsure what they're referring to as well. It doesn't sound very familiar to me. Can't see what's going on here. There we go. All right, so that alone should help a lot. Let's see. Shaded. Play. Oh, that looks a lot better. Okay. I was wondering what was going on, but it was just they were rotating too far. They could move way, way, way too far. All right, perfect. So we got another 30 minutes. Let's see what else we can get done. in the meantime. I've accidentally grown way too many green onions. It's always a good problem. Onions are the best. Anyone need like 2 pounds of green onions? Just you gotta make onion soup. Okay, we're gonna do one more thing to the body here. I do not like the eyelashes here. I think that they need some work. So we're going to duplicate them. Well, separate them. Bada boom. Delete all the shape keys. Go to mods, add in subdivision surface, put it there, tab. It'll just be the last step to make things look real nice. All right. Now we have these nicer eyelashes. We will apply the subdivision, apply the mirror, and then do this. Transfer shape keys. Really, the important one is blink, which is busted as hell. So, delete all shape keys again. Local. Let's go to the body again. Tab C. Select the eyelashes one more time. L. Duplicate, separate. Again, now we're just looking at these comparing eyelashes. So this one is the subdivided one, and it will sample just the eyelashes. Because I believe these do have correct blend. I'm just assuming other stuff is getting in the way. I just cut them up and replant them and they multiply. I just keep getting more and more. Exponential growth, baby. That's pretty cool though. I need to start planting stuff. I have a little succulent. That's my only plant. It doesn't look very healthy, to be honest. Oh, that's so much better. Not the best. Better. Let's see if we can get better. Or bester. Do that. World. Transfer. So bad with succulents. I was surprised to hear that. Everyone tells me it's like, oh, they're the easiest ones. And so I was like, I have to get that one. So I'll kill anything else. Anything else will be murdered by me. Do you want to see it? It's kind of cool. It's like a gem. The topsoil got moldy. I remember yesterday how you taught me to make a whole edge flat. I do. I do remember that. Yeah, here it is. So it's like a jewel one. See? It's like squishy. Got little. They're see through. And they look like kind of like circuit boards on the inside. It's wild. Green onions are so easy. I just took some from the grocery store and cut them up to about like an inch and then stuck the butt in water and my window grows, and if you put it in dirt after that, it gets huge. Interesting. Um, I've heard about people that are those the ones that like divide and half to multiply? So far, I see no new growths. It's just the original buds, I guess. That's the right term for them. It's looking pretty healthy though. I'll be right back. Are those the ones that like? Yeah, sorry, I read that one. Yeah, I hope to figure out how to make more of them. Everyone says snake plants are so easy, but I've killed every one of mine. I need to get some of those for inside. Big poop, basically, I don't know how to explain it, but it makes it flat on the wrong side that I want it on. So, when you squish something, when I hit SX0 and I make it flat, or SZ0, this up top here, this little axis, this changes where it considers the center. So if I switch this to cursor, and this is my 3D cursor here, and I hit SX0, oh, 0.6 SX0. Yeah, there we go. So if this is set to cursor up top, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. It's this one, not the global one, the one next to it. This determines your pivot point. That's right. So you want to pay attention to where your transform pivot point is. So they kind of are self-explanatory in some ways. If I had individual origins on, so I select both of these and I set this to individual origins, then it squishes both of them at the center. If I set it to 3D cursor, then they both squish over to the 3D cursor. If I set it to bounding box center, that's the center of both of them, then it squishes them into the middle. So I would just play around with that. Most likely that's what it is. Most likely. That'd be my guess as to what's going on. And that stuff, it's kind of confusing at first, but that stuff's actually super, super powerful to be able to change where you're able to squish something or how to move it around, move things around in certain ways. Um, what the heck? What's that? What is that? There's a little splotch right there. There's a little splotch right there. All right, I'm getting distracted. All right, another 30 minutes, and then it is the weekend. Or at least it's Friday night, and I will chillax to the max. Send a picture on Discord. Basically, I make a gun magazine holes, and the one on the right should be there. Excuse me. You have a mirror modifier on. The one on the right shouldn't be there. Do you mean this hole over here? I'm a bit unsure what you're referring to when you say that. It's the mirror tool will mirror everything exactly. Referring because you got this one and then this one. I want the face inside the mesh to be right next to the bottom, like inside the edge ones. The ones that select edge is meant to match the other faces below it. Okay. So there's a few different ways I would approach that. Oh, I'm on Blender. I was like, where's my cube? Okay, so let's say we have this. We're gonna subdivide a few times. Oh, not like that. Subdivide like this. And then we'll take the center. Okay, so you want to bring this down to here, as I understand. The one that's selected is meant to match the face above, so you want to bring it down here. Well, first you could flatten it and then just move it down. Just like you move something down, you can scale on an axis. You can also move on an axis, so you could bring it down that way. What I would recommend doing is just deleting those faces, and then you'll have this square here, just this empty square, and then you want to select. This might not work in your case. Let's see. So you can select that and then grid fill, boom, like that. So just select opposite edges of a square or rectangle, grid fill. But I want to see, does that work here? Nope. It's kind of cool though. All right. So yeah, so if you've got it working, that's fine. But Yeah, I would just delete them and fill it in again. After opening, let's see the smiling neutral expression. Uh, it won't appear in Unity. It's a Vicene T-sil Vicene. So, so we'll show it in VRC. Okay, well, never mind. IDK, what I was thinking, don't work because I got mirror modifier. The other thing you can do with that, let me control Z a little bit. We'll go back to our little face experiment here. So really the problem is that when you bring them down, there's still this edge, this inside edge here that's like invisible. But you could just select everything, SZ0, and then go mesh, cleanup, merge by distance. And it will then get those. So just select all your faces, squish them down together, and then you can just move them into position again. But yeah, I think the merge by distance is probably the easiest way. Because you can't use the grid fill modifier because it's not a grid. It's a because of the mirror mod. Reckon. Da, 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 do, 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 do. Scared is double open. Do you have index? Just make sure your fingers. Okay, we need to do some testing. Jumping in on my side test. Because the edge is not flat, is a bit curved. So, and if so, I want to scale, make it flat. It won't be curved as I want it. And it sounds to me like you're in a position where either way you're going to have to do some operation to either merge or delete or and then kind of put them back into place. Um, looking at what you have here, you have this curve up top. You can just scale each section at a time. You could just scale the edges. You don't have to scale all the faces at once. You could just scale the edges you need at each time. And as well, so if I go into my cube again, and I move this one up, and we extrude this out. So you got something like this. If I wanted to bring each piece down, what you can do is select an edge. So what I was talking about before with the pivot point, the most powerful one is this 3D cursor one. So what you can do is Shift S and put your cursor with the face selected. Shift S, put your cursor on that face. And then you can make sure that your pivot point is set to 3D cursor. Select the face you want and hit SZ0, and it's going to scale to the cursor. So for each edge, what you can do is go to the point you want to bring it down to, cursor, and then SZ0, and then after that do the merge by distance. Would be probably the best way. Bam. Mesh, clean up, merge. Boom. Yeah. Okay, so I have to switch over to Graken. Looks like he's having some trouble with the avatar. So let's see what's going on. Professor Dutcher.
Call me Professor Dutcher. Dutcher.
Alrighty then. Here comes the boy. My balance is getting better. Hey. Only on my left foot, it seems. Ankle's just too stiff. What's up? Beep ba boop ba dee ba da boop. Beep ba boop ba dee ba da boop. Beep ba boop ba doo. Beep ba boop ba doo. So the scared expression is tied to the open gesture. Either hand doing the open gesture will trigger the scared face. For me, as long as my fingers are touching a button, it won't trigger. Is it triggering with without the open gesture? I don't mind making any tweaks. New Albert Einstein. More like Fartstein. Professor Fartstein. Okay. So let me know if you need help. I include budget for weeks. Those changes. So, require anything else? Don't be afraid to hit me up. Okay. It's pretty much the end of the day for Sam. I always wanted to see a sniper rifle with a super long barrel. Well, now it's done. I sent in the Discord. Let's take a look. That is definitely a long barrel. Can't even see it off screen. Uh-oh. We got scrunchied right here. Brain powering down, going into chill mode. I am joking. That was a joke. Oh, no, I totally see that. Nowhere close to finished. Well, it's looking good so far. Heck yeah. But everyone, that is it for Sam. Thank you for hanging out, Big Poop. Thank you, Morgan, for spending the week with me. It's been fun hanging out with you, and looking forward to seeing how this Critical Role episode goes. But I'll be back Monday. Same to you. You both have a fantastic weekend, and anyone else that's lurking at the time. No problem for helping. And I hope you all have an amazing time this weekend. Yeah, the critical role anxiety. I'm ready. I'm about to pull it open right now on the big screen, which you can see right there. See you Monday, Big Poop. Same to you, Morgan. Have a great weekend, y'all. Bye. 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 Okay.